very quick acknowledgement of country before I introduce David's talk. So hello everyone, good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are. It is my great honor to be chairing Dr. David Rowe's presentation today. Before I start, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owner and custodian of the land where I'm working from, which is the Daru country. I don't think we need to say too much about Dr. David Rowe, because I won't read from your bio information, but I will just tell people, share with people about what I know. So Dr. David Rowe is one of the pioneers in helping people like me and Ving, education literacy educators, teachers, and other people all over the world. With his very famous Reading to Learn pedagogy, it has become so influential and helpful, and not only for teachers, but also for Indigenous, first of all, for Indigenous students in Australia, but now it has been expanding all over the world to teach English as a second language learners. So that is just one thing about Dr. David Rowe that I could share with you. But you can see he has a list of books and publications that are like Bible for anyone who start to learn about SFL. For example, the book he published with Professor Jim Martin, working with this course. This one I'm still using it with my stickers all over it. And another one where he's the first publisher. It is his book, Learning to Read. Now he's the first author in this one, Learning to Write, Reading to Learn. So I also have stickers here. So these are just some of the very few publications that have influenced me and guided me in my work. And so it is a great honor for all of us to be here and listen to Dr. David Rowe's presentation, where he shares with us his new ideas, and as you can see here in the title of the presentation. So over to you now, David. So while David is giving his presentation, I will monitor the chat. So if you have any comments or burning questions that you can't wait until the end, please put in the chat, and then I will let David know at the end. Thank you very much, everyone. So David, you're welcome to start now.
Well, thank you so much too. So that's a lovely introduction, and I'm really actually honoured to be here with all these very intelligent people, and it always makes me a little bit nervous. But I've given this talk a really grand title, but it's really just to talk about a set of procedures that I've found useful for learning and teaching about texts. So let me see, how do I? Okay, the talk's got three parts. The first sets out a few theoretical parameters in terms of systemic functional semiotics, as our theory currently stands, in particular the perspectives on change that the theory affords. The second part illustrates a technique for mapping change as curriculum genres unfold, as pedagogic activities, teacher-learner interactions, and modes of meaning. And the third part illustrates a couple of techniques for mapping change in knowledge genres. The emphasis is on presenting analyses embodied within the text they analyse. So here's the reveal of the title. It's the three hierarchies in our model of semiosis. The first is the realisation of culture in semiotic modalities, from genre to register to discourse, grammar and expression, serving interpersonal, ideational and textual functions. The second hierarchy is the instantiation of systems in each stratum, and metafunction as text. And the third is individuation of a culture's reservoir of meaning potentials in the repertoires of people and communities. So that's a very simple model of a very complex theory. A critical component of instantiation is coupling of features from multiple systems as the text unfolds, and each step down the climb of instantiation couples features from more systems. Each step in instantiation is also a step down in delicacy. So text types couple general features from systems of genre and register. More specific texts and types couple more delicate features from more systems. And individual readings couple features from repertoires that differ between persons and communities. Now, our repertoire for talking about these things has been enormously expanded by the person in the baseball cap in this picture, if you can see him hiding in the background there. Michael Halliday was just 35 when he wrote categories of the theories of grammar that set the agenda for SFL research for the next 3 decades. And Jim Martin was just 35 when he wrote English text 3 decades later. We're now 3 decades on with a reservoir of resources for semiotic research that's grown too big for any one of us to handle alone. So, like the rest of us, Jim's a teacher, so he's always looking for ways to manage complexity. This programmatic paper from Semiotic Margins, if you know the book, starts with a simple model, so it says a simple model of a sign, and ends by synthesizing our semiotic hierarchies with scales of change. And I'll read to you what he says here, if I can make my screen work. So clearly multimodal texts unfold through time. And what was referred to as instantiation above is a logogenetic process, snowballing meaning. In addition, clearly identity is something that develops through the lifetime of an individual. And what was referred to as individuation above is an ontogenetic process accumulating logogenesis as repertoire, seasons of meaning. And finally, systems evolve as reservoirs of meaning, adapt phylogenetically to changing technologies and environmental conditions, or glacial meaning. So the immense complexity of the systems encapsulated in this image makes it impossible to attend to every part of it at once. In order to focus on any part of it, the rest must be processed in the background automatically. In fact, that's precisely how semiosis works in everyday life. We process 9/10 of the system automatically in order to attend to what's going on and who's involved. In other words, the field and tenor of register. And we're also not attending consciously to systems of register, but just to the unfolding instance that confronts us, using our own personal repertoire of meanings. In a specialized discipline, the focus of attention is shifted to an object of study using a technical lens. The technical lens doesn't suddenly give us a godlike perspective on the whole system at once. For example, if our focus is on grammatics, then higher strata must be processed in the background. If our focus is on cataloging features in systems, then patterns of instantiation must also be backgrounded. The higher the stratum, the further back it's processed. Discourse may be perceived as unfolding series of clauses or collections of clause types. Register may be perceived as skewings in the probabilities of clause types. And genre may not be perceived at all. And if our focus is on discourse semantics, then higher and lower strata must be backgrounded to some extent. And again, instantial couplings may be backgrounded to focus on systems. Grammar may appear to function primarily as realizations of discourse functions, while discourse systems realize register functions and genre systems begin to emerge. So after 3 decades of research in grammar, discourse, and multimodalities, we're just now starting to focus on register systems in the work of scholars like Jing Hao and Yagan Doran. In my own work, I've been impatiently and maybe imprudently skipping over the need for careful descriptions of register systems. My urgency was driven by a different kind of need to give teachers some accessible tools for analysing the text they work with and the discourse they use to teach them. These tasks meant pushing the focus up to the level of register to patterns that were immediately visible to teachers and their students without requiring academic training. It also meant pushing towards instantial patterns in the actual texts they were reading and writing with their students and their own classroom discourse. So The beginning of this process can be seen in the text analyses in working with discourse compared with the analyses in English text on which they're based. For example, the analysis of connection structures in ET abstracts features and their relations from text in order to clearly show their patterns. But this presentation strips away their couplings with other features of the text. In working with discourse, we kept the analysis embodied in the actual text. While the analysis foregrounds the features and relations, their instantial couplings are still visible. Analyses of ideation in English text include more of the text rendered as lexical items, while their relations are coded by technical labels and math symbols. Equals, plus, and times. For expansion types, in working with discourse, we kept the original lexicogrammar of verbal and nominal groups, but reorganized clauses in columns that showed their roles. Another change is marking the text phases that are realized by lexical relations and giving them labels that generalize their register functions, such as setting, problem, and reaction, together with specific synopses of their fields, such as abuse, interrogation, and fighting back, which you can see on the right-hand side of that table. In English text, periodicity is treated as part of an ensemble of discourse patterns called texture. But in working with discourse, periodicity is given its own chapter, and its role in organizing text in phases is foregrounded graphically. The analysis of exchange structures in English text is one area where the original text is preserved so that readers can see how the discourse structures are realized in actual moves. One reason is the great variety of ways that moves can be realized in lexicogrammar. One innovation in working with discourse is to label pedagogic exchanges with phases in learning cycles called prepare, focus, identify, and highlight. These labels came out of my work with teachers, giving them tools to analyze and redesign their own classroom discourse to teach reading while including every student in their classes. I can't tell you how much teachers love being able to do this. It's a revelation for them to see the patterns of discourse we all use in every minute of our practice, but have only ever learned tacitly from experience, without any significant training. This analysis and design of pedagogic exchanges has been a central component of the Reading to Learn professional learning program for 20 years. Okay, so moving on to ontogenesis. In recent years, we've been developing further as a tool for researching how learning actually happens. I'm going to illustrate this very briefly with this beautiful little exchange from Claire Painter's book, Into the Mother Tongue. It's clearly a pedagogic exchange, which we can see intuitively from the perspective of genre, and technically from the perspective of exchange structure. There's a series of the child's secondary Noah moves, K2, pointing and vocalizing, followed by the mother's primary Noah moves, K1, affirming him and repeating the word bird until the child approximates the word himself with ba, ba. But if we want to understand precisely how learning happens, we need an analysis from register theory. What features of field, mode, and tenor are instantiated in each move as the exchange unfolds? Pardon me. The theory we share with teachers is that pedagogic activity consists of a series of learning cycles, in which the central phase is the learner's task. From this perspective, the exchange consists of 4 cycles, in which the child's self-initiated task is identifying an item. Learning tasks are typically focused by a teacher, but the pointing and naming game is a curriculum genre that mother and child have already done hundreds of times before, so the child expects to be affirmed for his identifying task. And he also expects it to be elaborated with a word that the mother wants him to learn. what we call it the pointing and naming game. The question from mode is the sourcing of meanings into the discourse. The child does so by gesturally pointing at the item in the environment and verbally locating the item with his proto-language, his proto-demonstrative, which is day or da. The mother sources the item by naming it as a bird. The question from tenor is the kind of interact enacted in each move. The child's gesture and vocalization invites the mother's attention. The mother approves his display and then models new knowledge for him. In the form of the name. The exchange is repeated until the child displays new knowledge himself, which the mother always approves, doesn't they? So you can see the pedagogic goal is highlighted in blue here. This is the continual elaboration by the mother that follows the interaction. And the child's initiating move, the mother's approval, until the child is able to display the knowledge that the mother's been modeling all the way through. So that's an analysis of how the learning actually happens in that from the perspective of register theory. So in this kind of research practice, systems emerge from repeated instances in the text we study. They may be theoretically validated with exhaustive realization statements, but that's a secondary step. The first purpose is to provide an applicable framework for discourse analysis that's going to enable us to interpret how learning occurs without falling back on intuition and ideology, which is a little bit of the discussion we had yesterday around dialogic teaching. The terms for features are designed to be applicable for all kinds of researchers, including classroom teachers who may not have doctorates in SFL. It turns out to be a powerful tool for analysing the multimodal practices of classroom teaching. So how does an expert teacher draw on students' existing knowledge to move towards uncommon sense knowledge, deploying both verbiage and image? In this activity, the teacher starts by preparing the activity and focuses the topic. The task in each cycle is to identify a picture of water in a diagram of the water cycle. You can see that those tasks are highlighted with zigzags. Each cycle is preceded by the purely interactional ritual of hands up, by which students invite evaluation and the teacher permits a display by one student, which she's going to evaluate. The sourcing in this activity is quite elaborate, as the teacher prepares by recasting the visual meanings of the diagram in words. The students name the types of water they see, and the teacher recasts the texts in the diagram as a label and imitates the structure of the diagram with a gesture. So in each cycle here, in the column of interacts, you can see that once the teacher's permitted a display by one student, the student displays their perception by naming the picture they see, the teacher approves, and the teacher then elaborates by directing perception to one part of the diagram. Finally, this is one step towards generalizing about types of water in the water cycle. So around the same time we were starting to analyze the structuring of pedagogic registers, we also developed an analysis of the instantial structuring of knowledge genres. The pedagogic function was to guide teachers and their students to recognize the rhetorical structuring of the text they were reading and to borrow these structures into their writing. For example, a set of phase types we found in all kinds of stories that teachers could identify from shifts in field and certain discourse markers, such as circumstantial themes. They included phase types such as settings, problems, descriptions, reactions, and reflections. The example here is from the Torres Strait, translated into English from the Kaloi language, in which it was told. Its sequence of phase types is labelled to the left, and more specific choices in field to the right. These specific field choices are characteristics of traditional mythic stories, whereas the phase types are found in all story types. So I'll just read this little story extract to you, and you can see how the labels relate. Late one afternoon, a woman named Giva set out from her home at Ziril to get water from the Marg. She was carrying 4 kusul. There was a drought and the water was low, so she had to climb down the banks to the bottom of the waterhole. By the time she collected the water, the sun had set and was growing dark. In a hurry to cross the swampy country and reach her home before nightfall, Giva quickly put the kusul filled with water over her shoulder and turned to climb the banks of the waterhole. So you can see how that foreshadows danger. As she did so, she noticed the dark reflections of the Madabal on the surface of the water. Madabal are rainmakers, rain spirits. They are magical beings who look like humans and wear big headdresses. They live in the clouds in the sky and they dance and sing to make the rain fall. Giva realized that she'd been surrounded by the Madabal, who were standing around the edge of the waterhole. "Why have you come here and what do you want?" she asked, feeling frightened. She'd never seen these people before. "Girba," said the Madabal, "we've come to take you with us to the sky." Girba did not wish to go with the Madabal, but she had no choice, for she was only one and they were many. They had magic and special powers. They were spirits, not humans. Well, that's just the first part of that story. And you see how the phase types can be generalized across stories from all kinds of cultures, and more specific selections realize particular kinds of stories, such as this mythic story. So I'll just go back a step. This kind of analysis is sufficient for literacy teaching activities that can be done independently by teachers with a little guided practice. But it's also a step in the technical analysis of knowledge genres. We saw a great appreciation of this approach to genre analysis in Shushi Dreyfus's plenary yesterday. Phases are a central component of text structuring. They're easily recognized by clusterings and discontinuities in field. They're marked textually in most genres by themes, and they often organize tenor prosodies. So this kind of analysis, borrowed from English text and working with discourse, foregrounds connection and lexical relations that realize the sequence of phases in the story and the event sequences within each phase. So this is a little abstracted from the text on the model of English text. Not quite as common sense as working with discourse. We can see the types of connections between each clause. We can see the nucleus of medium and process, and the margins of secondary participants and the periphery of circumstances. Technically, I started thinking of phases as units of structure at the stratum of register that vary between genres. They're therefore couplings of features in genre and register, a step down the instantiation climb from genre and register systems. That would make this system story phases an instantial system. Each feature couples features of field, mode, and tenor, and is realized structurally by a type of story phase. Pardon me. More recently, Jürgen Doran's suggested modeling phases at the stratum of genre as a rank below genre stages. As you probably know, Jürgen's begun a major technical description of register systems, so I'm inclined to follow his findings however they unfold. I've also found these kinds of analyses that are embodied within the text they analyze useful for typological studies, comparing how text patterns unfold in different languages. I'll illustrate this by comparing a traditional story in Chinese and the indigenous Australian language, Pitjantjatjara. As part of the effort to make the analyses more accessible, I've jettisoned the technical glosses for grammatical morphemes that are a defining feature of descriptive linguistics. Instead, grammatical morphemes are glossed in English in the same mode as lexical items. This is incredibly useful for making analyses of different languages readable. I'm not going to read the story of the farmer and the hare in Chinese original, as my Chinese pronunciation is a little rusty. Instead, I'm just going to read the interlinear glosses of each clause. If you read Chinese, you can simultaneously read the first line. If not, you can read the English clause glosses. So, once have one person at field in farm. Suddenly run come did one hare. Headlong dash against at. Field side of big tree upon. Hare dash against die did. That person very happy. From that day afterwards, he then put down hoe. Sit did, big tree under, waiting. Hope again, have hare, run come. Dash against die at, big tree upon. He wait did very long, hare not have again come. He of field, but lay wasted. Now that's the first half of the story, which is enough for now. So let's see what I do with that. So one way of presenting text analyses that facilitate comparisons of discourse patterns across languages is just to use the interlinear glosses. If both lexis and grammar are glossed in plain English, this reduces the task of reading, enabling us to focus on patterns of discourse and register. In this display, phase types are labeled to the left and specific topics of each phase. The unexpected problem is the hare dies. The farmer's reaction is happy. The next problem is he stops working, and the result is that his fields lay wasted. To the right, the perspectives of narrator and character are labelled as they vary through the text. In the setting and first problem, the perspective is the narrator's, recounting what happened. The reaction shifts perspective to the farmer, and he's feeling is very happy as he brings the hare back home. In the next problem, the perspective is still the farmer's as he hopes other hares will keep killing themselves for him. But the result switches perspective back to the narrator, recounting what happened. So in narrative studies, these switches in perspective is known as focalization. They're a critical resource in stories for engaging listeners and readers and positioning us to affiliate with the storyteller's moral message. In this instance, we're positioned to affiliate with the farmer's happiness and his good fortune, but the result makes us doubt his subsequent action, waiting for another hare. From the farmer's subjective perspective, it seems logical, but from the narrator's objective perspective, it's a problem. By way of comparison, here's a traditional story in Pitjantjatjara. It's about two brothers married to two sisters, living in a place called Piltardie in Central Australia. The first episode recounts the activities of the men hunting in the hills for kangaroos, and the activities of the women foraging in the plain for vegetable foods and small animals. In the second episode, a drought begins, and the women must go farther and farther in search of food until they don't return, and the men are left wondering what to do. Now, this time, I'm going to read it to you in Pitjantjatjara, so you can read along with the interlinear glosses. I'll pause at the end of each clause to make sure you're keeping up. Here we go. Wari kuchara konyo, kurarara ninangi. Kongowara kuchara, altingo, kankururala. Wari kuchara pula, ano, maloko. Koka kanyalaku tatino, pulinka. 5. Monopula koka kanyala katingo. Kapula maeko jaro okalengo. Monopula mai ili uraningi. 8. Ngoranka allergy to yaninangi. 9. Monokoka wiarinkula elroringo. Putu jawara pichangi. Monopolo konyo parari jakoto ano. 12. Monopola ma anjakaringo. Monopola ngalin janongku. Punkula anjalinkula riakatingo. 14. Ngoro kuchapalta jawalingi. Kapula putu ngurira. 16. Pula kunyo ngurira minma uti wekan ma. Yachiringu pula, eh? I hope you were able to follow along and get a sense of what each of those word groups was about. Again, the text is presented in table form, with phases labelled to the left. The setting of men and women foraging. The first problem of the drought beginning. The second problem of the women departing, and then the men's reaction as they worry about their wives. The perspectives on the right-hand side show that the first three phases are recounted by the narrator. But the reaction is the men's as they search, talk about the women, and evaluate what's happened. So this kind of presentation is useful for displaying patterns of register and their realisation in discourse structures. Grammar structures are also there in the verbal and nominal groups, glossed in common sense, plain English. But clause structures are reorganised to present their roles in columns. So the next step is to present texts so that people can read them in their original languages without first having to learn lists of lexical and grammatical items. This is what I've been working on for a new book called Australian Stories, Languages of who? Languages of Australia's First Peoples in Narrative, which presents stories in 20 Indigenous languages of Australia and Papua. The technique starts by presenting the story in English divided into clauses and phases. I'll read it to you again. There were two men, it said, a pair of brothers. Two young women they married, a pair of sisters. But you already know this, of course, because you followed me reading in Pitjantjatjara, right? Those two men, after sleeping, at sunrise went for kangaroos. For wallaroos, they walked up into the hills, and spearing wallaroos, they brought them back. And the other two went down to the plain for food, and they collected wild figs. Killing animals, they brought them back. Killing, they brought them back to many different places. There at yonder place, they all were living. In their own country, they all were living at Piltari. The two men were going for game, and the two women were going for plant food. The women killing bandicoots were bringing them back, and the other two would walk up into the hills, and spearing game, they would bring back kangaroos. From there, they all would go out for game again. Right at that place, they all were living. So the story is then presented in language clause by clause. I figure there's 5 broad components to the task of reading clauses in a new language. One is saying the sounds of the language. Another is recognizing each word and morpheme. Another is understanding the meaning of each word and morpheme. 4 is seeing how they fit together in word groups. And 5 is understanding each clause. So each clause of the story is presented in 5 lines that address each of these tasks in turn. The first line presents the articulation of words, their rhythm, shown by bold font, and their tone groups, shown by punctuation and markers above the tonic syllables. The second line shows the words and their grammatical morphemes, so it chops up the spoken language into its parts. The third line glosses each morpheme in English, again using plain English for both lexis and grammar. The fourth line presents the items reorganized in English word groups. And the fifth line reorganizes those word groups into English clauses. So, wale kuchara konyu, kurara nilangi. Kungwara kucha aldingo, kankurara. Now, text patterns in each story are then explored from four perspectives: how they sequence events, how participants are presented and tracked through the story, how participant identities are coupled with their roles in each clause, and how messages are organized to foreground and background identities in the flow of discourse. Again, tables are used to present these analyses embodied in the texts, but this display maintains the textual organization of each clause. The central column is for the process in each clause around which other functions revolve. Arrows show sequences of events from clause to clause, and horizontal lines mark messages. Reference chains are then added to the display, with identification resources highlighted, including nominal groups, pronouns, ellipsis, marked by X's, and the forms of conjunctions and beta verb suffixes. So in Pitjantjatjara, the forms of additive conjunctions like munu in 5 beta tell us that the core participant is the same as the preceding clause. And the verb suffixes, the beta verb suffixes in 3 beta and 5 beta tell us the same thing, that the core participant in the alpha clause is the same identity. We can then show the roles of participants with arrows. In Australian languages, the core participant in each clause instigates the process. So arrows point from it towards the process and other participants and circumstances. But finally, themes are shaded, as well as items that follow the process and may be focused as news. This display shows us that in Pitjantjatjara, core participants are presented and tracked through the themes of each clause. The display shows us how features in different systems are coupled to achieve discourse and grammar functions simultaneously as the text unfolds. The coupling of activity sequences with participant identification, transitivity roles, and theme is a key area of variation in Australian and Papuan languages that tells us a lot about their typological relations. So in terms of roles, we can see that the first clause is an attributive relation in which the carrier is the 2 men, warikutjara kunyu, and the attribute is a brother pair, kurarara. And ninangi functions as a relational process. In the second clause is a material process, marrying. The actor is ellipsed, and the goal is the two young women, Kungawara Kuchara. And their relation as a pair of sisters, Kungararara, is added as an attribute. In the third beta clause, the two men are restated with the pronoun puller, in other words, those two men. And this is an intransitive process, lying, in other words, sleeping. The alpha clause ellipses their identity. They go at sunrise, Jintarinkula, for kangaroos, Moluku. The next clause is the same pattern, another material process for Wallaroo game, Kokakanyalaku. They climbed up in the hills. 5 beta is the same identity, Munupula, Kokakanyala, Wakara. And the alpha clause then has the same identity, Kalingo. This display also helps us to see how clauses are organized in terms of theme and transitivity. So the analysis of lexicogrammar is enormously facilitated by being able to see how these roles unfold in discourse. And the analysis, of course, shunts up and down between lexicogrammar and discourse semantics. So to conclude, coming back to the theme of the conference, our theory gives us 3 useful perspectives on change. As educators, we're concerned with ontogenesis, expanding the repertoires of our students. And the way we do that is focusing on logogenesis, the instantiation of meanings as texts unfold. But in the bigger picture, our motivations are grounded in phylogenesis, in changing relations of power in our society by redistributing its semiotic resources. And as researchers, we're interested in the mechanisms of ontogenesis, how learning happens in interactions between learners and teachers. We're also interested in patterns of logogenesis, how resources from multiple systems are coupled and what they can tell us about phylogenesis. So I'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. It was an awesome presentation. I think all of us will have a lot to think about, and particularly me, because as you were walking us through your analysis of the story phases, I keep reflecting back on the beyond working with discourse beyond the clause book. So I will have a few questions to ask, but I think I will let the audience have the go first. So in the audience, do you have any comments or questions? Feel free to raise your hands. Or I think while we wait for the audience to raise questions, can I first of all share my reflection on your talk?
Thank you, Chu.
So when I was thinking about teaching pedagogy, particularly teacher training, we need we train teachers at 3 macro level, meso level, and micro level. So the macro level is programming. For me, is like developing a program, developing a unit of work, The meso level is when they can develop a lesson plan with activities, and the micro level is a teacher's talk. So what you have done through your reading to learn pedagogy help us cover all the 3 levels in teacher education. And I think reflecting on my own practice, I think I have done quite a lot of macro and meso, but I haven't done enough micro. So I don't know, maybe we haven't had time in the program, in the course to train teachers on the micro, and particularly if we don't go to school with practicing with pre-service teachers, it is very hard to do that. But I think your work on the micro level, the teachers talk, will be very, very useful. I just wish that we have time in the teacher program to do that.
We just have to make it to it. It's actually incredibly useful, and teachers love it. I mean, when as part of the professional learning program, we take extracts of classroom discourse, and we give teachers very basic tools for analysing what's happening move by move, and they very quickly pick it up. And one of the reasons it works is that I'm able to affirm teachers' practice, because what teachers do in the classroom in terms of interacting with 30 students simultaneously around the curriculum subject is incredibly complex. And it takes an enormous amount of skill and preparation. Unfortunately, the preparation is primarily tacit, learning from experience.
Yes.
If we're going to affect to make our pedagogy more effective for all of our students, we need to be able to redesign that discourse, just adjust it so that instead of just talking to the top 10% of students, which all teachers do, we actually talk simultaneously to every student in the class, and every student gets to be affirmed and to benefit from our elaborations. Until we do that, education is going to continue to reproduce inequality, because I firmly believe that little interaction cycle that's been disparaged as initiate, respond, feedback, but it's actually what everybody does, everybody, without exception, because it's actually a basic human way of teaching across all cultures. Until we are able to redesign that so that every student in the class is benefiting equally, we won't overcome inequality in education. So thanks for raising that too.
Thank you, David. We have one question now in the chat from Margot. Would you like me to read it to you, or can you see it on the chat?
No, read it out, please, too.
Okay, I'll read it out. In the context of logogenesis, how can SFL address the potential risk of unintentionally imposing linguistic norms on students from culturally diverse backgrounds? And what measures can educators take to ensure that this process is empowering rather than prescriptive? So I
think that's a lovely question, and that's one of the reasons why I gave you the example of the Torres Strait Islander story, because that's actually a book produced by Torres Strait Islanders for the education of their own children and for all Australian children. And with teachers just pick that up without any cultural knowledge, without any close textual analysis, they're not going to be able to show the students actually how meanings are constructed and what the meanings actually are that text is presenting. So teachers really need to have a resource for being able to analyse the register of the text they're working with. Now, that can apply equally to a science explanation, to the canonical literature, if we want to study Rudyard Kipling or whoever, and to texts written by people from formerly colonized cultures, because that, of course, is what we're talking about. We're talking about the unequal power relations between the colonizer and the colonized. And if we want to understand how other people make meanings and make those available for our students, then we need to have that kind of analysis. Now, if we can do that kind of analysis, we can actually show our students how to make those kinds of meanings themselves. Now, what that means is, instead of the traditional formal approach of starting from a set of rules, whether those are grammar rules or genre rules, we start from the text instance, and we show our students how to recognize patterns of meanings in the actual texts that they're reading with us. And we use those patterns of meaning then to inform how we write. So it's a different kind of pedagogic practice that starts, a traditional practice that starts from rules. It's in other words, from the system. This starts from the instance. And like we all learn language naturally, our students learn the system from the instances. So thanks very much for that question.
And I guess in Australia, that's why we start with a mental text or a model text.
Right, but we have this discussion about whether we should be writing model text and so forth, and how we should be managing joint construction, and whether it's too teacher-centered and so forth. But if we actually start with the text that we read together, and we make that the starting point for our lesson, for our curriculum sequence, then we're going to give everyone in the class the resources they need to be able to participate equally in the joint construction and make informed choices.
That's why you have the reading to learn. So
that's why it's called reading to learn. That's right.
You read it, then you learn to write.
Yeah, this is a big breakthrough. I think that, well, I mean, we've been doing this for 2 decades, but one of the reasons why people are so focused on joint construction, which is a great thing, but one of the reasons why it continues to be focused on the writing task without starting with the reading task is that the writing task is the way that children are evaluated in school and in university, for that matter. So our focus is on getting students to be able to write successfully so that they can be evaluated as successful. But the powerful way to make that happen is to start with reading and use reading as the foundation for writing.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So I have another question in the chat here from Yanira. Sorry if I say your name incorrectly. Here's the question. If we, as foreign language teachers, would like to apply an SFL pedagogy, our approach in our classroom, okay. If we, as foreign language teachers, would like to apply an SFL pedagogy or approach in our classroom, where would you recommend us to start from training ourselves in this field or learning on the application of this theory?
Well, obviously I'm going to say you start with working with discourse.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's a difficulty with our field is that we have this huge body of research and highly authoritative research on grammar, which is a wonderful thing, and SFL spent 30 years researching grammar until Jim Martin brought in the perspective from his own teachers of discourse analysis. Now, I'm actually abbreviating that because, of course, we had Cohesion in English, which is a wonderful text. But Cohesion in English is the platform on which Jim was able to build a metafunctional analysis of discourse. And if we want to be able to apply our knowledge about language to register, which is what our goal is with language teaching, It's what we want students to be able to do with language, not just not the language features themselves, it's what they're able to do with language. Then we need to have an understanding of how discourse works. And that's the goal of working with discourse.
Thank you, David. So on that, the flow of the discussion on the discourse, can you go back to slide 20? So I'm taking my the advantage of being a host to ask questions.
Okay, I'm glad you're keeping track. Okay, this one here.
Yes, and so and I can see that you're using connection to think about the relation between clauses. But in your book with Jim on page 117, you said the units they relate means connections can relate range from simple clauses to more complex sentences to text phrases to stages of the genre. What I would like to ask is the next slide where you have the phases, and I'm very curious about how you would see the conjunctions between the phases, the one that you have the phases analysis, problem, reaction, and so on.
Oh, this one here?
Yes. Okay. So what do you, so I can see that when so yeah, how can you describe the connections between the phases?
Okay. So again, I mean, you really need to work from the instance, because I can give you sort of generalizations, but that's working from the system end. Yeah. And we need to look at specific instances. What we see at a glance in this text here, well, one of the things we can see at a glance is that each phase is announced by a circumstantial theme, right? Late one afternoon, and then the problem, by the time she collected the water, it's actually that whole beta clause is a circumstantial theme.
Yeah.
As she did so, she noticed the dark reflections.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a temporal sequence going on here, but the temporal sequence is not organized by conjunctions. It's organized by circumstantial themes. And then when we get to the reaction and the reflection, can you see how they're announced? They're announced by mental processing. Girba realized she'd been surrounded by the mother bowl. Girba did not wish to go with the mother bowl. So these are grammatical realizations of discourse semantic functions, periodicity, and they together, coupled together, they realize register level organization of phases in this particular text. But this is going to vary between genres. It's going to vary between text types within genres as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Now we have the last question from Zuha. How to articulate SFL and CDA for analyzing critical media discourse, mainly fake news or disinformation discourse? Thank you, Dr. David Rouse.
So Zuhir, I think, actually in SFL, there's a huge body of research around critical discourse analysis using appraisal, and in particular using appraisal. But what Shushi was showing us yesterday is another approach, a different approach, which Jim Martin has called positive discourse analysis. That means we're actually looking for models of how expert speakers, expert writers can influence the world for the better. And that's why in working for discourse, in our section on working with texts, we use examples from Nelson Mandela and Desmond Tutu. These are people we admire. So we would rather analyze people we admire than people we dislike because of their ideology. It's we believe that it's going, in the long term, it's going to be much more effective to teach our students how to recognize powerful patterns of positive discourse than to complain about the patterns of discourse we don't like because of the way they talk about other people.
Okay, I think this is the very everybody is going to have lots of things to ask you or to discuss or just talk to you around things, but time is up, absolutely up. We have brilliantly made use of the time to have this conversation with you, so we really appreciate that. Thank you very much, David. There are other comments here about mainly thanking you and saying it's very clear answers and inspiring responses. So I'm gonna also I like also to thank the audience for your participation and for your questions. We all learn from each other's questions and learn from David's response. I would like to close the session here, and I'm gonna hand over to Ving, who's gonna have maybe some housekeeping things to share. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you too.
Once again, David and Tu and everybody for participating in the session today. So now I'm going to open the 3 breakout rooms. So you will have a short break for 15 minutes and you can join your breakout room now if you like to get organized. So thank you very much, everyone. I'm going to create 3 breakout rooms now and feel free to join a series of fantastic talks in the parallel session today. Thank you again, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. See you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Thank you too. Thank you, Vin.
Bye. Tu.
Hey.
Thank you, David.
Thank you too. Thank you, Vin.
Thank you again, David. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for all your work. It's wonderful.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's so
definitely.
impressive. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah, she's amazing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Very kind. Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Hello, Tai. Hello, Tai. Just an update in case you haven't checked your email. I just received email from the first presenter in your session today. Gail Fortray, she canceled her presentation at the last minute. He just sent out an email to everyone.
Yes,
So,
I got the email.
okay, excellent. So now I already send a message in the chat box so everybody can know about it, and then I'm going to send out an email now. So just that session, and this afternoon, a session, the last session, Iman. Okay, I will send you a message about that. Okay, so yeah. So she will play the PowerPoint because it's not on MP4 and it can be uploaded on YouTube. So she will need to play her PowerPoint recording herself.
Okay, so session, so for the first presentation, we will wait for another 30 minutes for the second one.
If Benwell or any speaker ask there, and if they would like to present first, that's totally okay. So you can join the room and ask if anybody would like to present first.
Yes, okay.
So some more minutes, so I will quickly get send it the email and get a cup of water, and we'll come back to the main room. So you should have the permission to record now.
Yes, okay.
Okay, thanks, Ty. See you again soon.
Hello. Hi.
Hello, Natalia. Please feel free to join the breakout room. People are in breakout rooms now. I'm just doing some admin work. People send me email messages. I'm responding. So feel free to join the breakout room.
Hello.
Three breakout rooms are open, so you can join any room you like. People are in parallel session now. So join one room 2 or room 3. Okay.
Great.
Yeah.
And then what time is our presentation?
You are in room 2. You are in the third 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The fifth position, but the first presenter can show her talk today.
Was cancelled.
Okay, so John room 2. John room 2, you are in room 2, you are the presenter.
We have to join room number 2.
Yeah, 2, number 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
And let's see how, Bunny, do you know how to do that?
No,
I can. But look at the 3 dog, but I can add you now. Bear with me. I can do it now.
Thank you. I've already found it there in the 3.
Okay.
Unirse. I can see it now. Let's see.
Okay, good. Hi, Eric, are you there? Just a quick question to ask if you are there.